pleasing slumber.
Remember to go vote. Remember to go vote. It is important. Do it. It is necessary. It is the right thing to do. I've already done it. I've already voted. I did it just the other day. In the description on YouTube. So if you're on Twitch, you find this on Twitch, you go to YouTube and look up a Zednot Gaming. You'll find our channel. And in the description of this stream and the previous stream, which they should share a similar title. Here, I'll update this one so it's closer. Go to the description, copy the link, and go to that website and make sure that you are registered to vote. And that's how you do that. Just before making a decision to vote, make sure you know what you're voting for. Because whom you're voting for also has a measure of consequences that come with it.
My blood reserves run low.
I'm sure most people think about that. I'm sure. She's at 10%. I have not been very lucky with fish this time around. Probably gonna need this too. Yep. It's okay, I stocked up last night. It's almost daytime. I need to do a quartz and iron run. So that's what we're gonna... What are these goofballs doing up here? They were there when I went to bed last night. After I was done farming, these two were stuck behind these pillars. I didn't even do anything because I didn't think that they were actually stuck. Oh my god. Dr. Bones, what are you doing? Alright. Quartz. What are you doing? Guards, get out of here. It's not your time.
to my will.
94 rogue. Oh no, if I don't separate them, then they're gonna end up killing the guy that I'm trying to catch. I have a 99, but I still have room for more servants, or ghouls as I like to call them. And having a 94 rogue would be really nice. Uh-oh. Don't want to go towards the boss.
Human minds do not resist. Your mind is mine to control.
Oh no, I forgot to grab the... I forgot to grab the thing to send people back to my castle. Oh well. I have a horse now, so it makes this process a lot easier. Oh wait. Oh no, I can't transform. Well, I gotta go get iron anyway. That's not that far. We'll see if he survives the trip. That'll be his test. If he survives the trip, he's worthy to be a ghoul in my castle. That's like something I would do in Vampire the Masquerade. Of course, I didn't often get to play that game. Only Storytell. Oh, right, I can't get into the iron cave currently. Because I can't go into, Here's a horse. One moment here. Alright, there we go. Gotta let the sirens pass. Oops. Let's see. The ones with green names are those that people have tested already, so what we're going to do, instead of testing those that have already been tested, is because those just mark them as mine, and now we can't do anything with them. I guess I could. Because if you don't take them out, they won't spawn in new horses until they pass. And sometimes that could take days, depending on if somebody's left stuff. I guess you could take that out, but it could take all day. And if you just take them out, then they'll respawn sooner. So hopefully someone comes along and takes these horses out, but it'll be like 16 hours. And if somebody comes along and tests them and finds that they're not better than what they had, then they're just gonna keep sitting there. I think it might reset the timer. I don't know. Quartz. A couple horses here. $12, 9.8, 5.7. It's not better than what I have, but it'll do for now. Music is all the way up. I could turn the master volume down and the effects down a little bit. Master volume up. Player of impaired voice lines, I'm going to turn down a bit. That's a bit loud. Not seeing any more nodes, fish nodes. There's a couple. Okay, let's see. What do I need here? I need reinforced planks. I need iron. Wait, isn't it copper and planks for that? Here, let me check. Copper planks, greater blood essence.
I will make you mine.
I do have a couple things of iron. Okay. Well. Just gonna put all the glass over here then. Put the iron here. Dump our stuff in there. Grab the rocks and the wood back out. Separate it. Oops. Just grab the box that's upstairs. A box full of stone dust somewhere. Yeah. That needs to go downstairs. Use that to make whetstones. See if I can no, it doesn't want to get that close. For now. The next level of storage I'll probably replace these chests with when I get them. And sawdust. Actually, this needs to go downstairs. That can stay on my person. fish goes across the way. Wait a second. Except I'm almost to pristine leather, and I know some stuff still will use thick leather. That doesn't go there. Oh, you know, I should put the other flooring in. No wonder I'm going through stuff so quickly. Alright, so the foundation, I think, is going to require some iron. 2 iron ingots and 4 stone bricks per. Right, I don't have planks. Forgot to grab those. I just realized that doorway at the bottom of the stairs doesn't have an actual doorway. Oh, I grabbed more bricks, didn't I? Oh. actually grab links. I need to drink some more coffee here. Still waking up. Wow, those are expensive. Just gonna go ahead and put a regular door there. The only thing that would be useful in terms of like, books and whatnot would be the fire resistance potion. I'm still looking for that. Oh, wow. Interesting stuff.
Demands me.
I didn't mean to pull Christina, but... What the heck just happened?
I will show you discipline.
What the heck?
Shining blessings. This is my conviction. Shining blessings. This is my conviction. This is my conviction. I will show you discipline! Our time must come. Take me, light.
feels there is no space in my inventory. I will assert. Return to me, my steed.
Again, we're taking out the green ones because they are horses that players have already tested. That's why it's green. It's indicating that it's another player's horse. It is not another player's horse technically because they just left it. So it's really they just tested it. So here's one that hasn't been tested. Let's see. So 8.8, 6.6, 12.7. It's not great. I can check this one, even though another player has already tested it. 9.9, 6.8, 14 rotation speed. Test this one too, just to make sure. Yeah. We're just trying to get more horses to spawn. This is not... I do not enjoy doing this. This is not an everyday thing. This is a disclaimer, it is a video game. These are not real horses. Oof. Acceleration of 3.3. Yikes. 8.9, 5.8, 12.3. Nah. Generally, if it's a player testing and the stats are really decent, they'll rename them to something. They will not, like, it'll take a long time for these to, like, despawn and respawn. So we're just clearing them out. So I want to see if there's a horse with better stats.
I must make room if I want to carry that.
10.6, 3.3, 13.5. Okay, well, it's decently fast, but the acceleration is not great. Okay. Point 7, 4.7, 12.4.
My bags are filled.
Okay, now that those guys are gone, new horses should spawn in. So someone hasn't tested over here. 9.9, 3.9, 13.7. Ugh.
I must make room if I want to carry that.
10.2, 4.5, 13.3. Yeah. Here, we'll look at that in a second because I have garlic exposure. I'm not sure what the effects are on that jewel we just equipped.
Bend to my from beyond. Return to my side.
Someone says in the chat, good day. If you don't mind, could you explain the reason behind your go vote? Call to action? If you prefer to stick to game topics, I don't mind and wish you well. Because it's important because I live in the United States. If you don't, then it doesn't apply to you. But if you do, it does apply to you. If you're a gamer, I think it's important. I don't care if you don't. Deal with it. It's your civic duty. It affects the games industry. It affects every aspect of your life. It's important. If you live in this country, then you should go do it. And I have a platform here, so I might as well say something. And I'm not the kind of person that's going to decry other groups of people. I think everyone has a right to exist, and if you take issue with that, then that's your problem. Oh, I've gone way past my castle. Got a little distracted there. In a world where there are streamers that exist that can be on the other end of the political spectrum and say whatever they want and get away with it, nah, there's something wrong going on there. And I think it's important that if you have a brain, you should think about things a little bit more critically. Like if you're a gamer and you enjoy something like a challenge, then you have some form of cognition and you can think critically about this situation and how dire it is and important that you go do it. If there's someone in your life that tells you that voting does not matter, then you should probably get away from them. It's probably a good idea to stay far away from people that tell you that your voice doesn't matter, because it does. And everyone has a right to their opinion in this country right now. If you want to maintain a right to your opinion, I suggest you go vote. Like, you know, in places, even like, you know, places like the UK, you can be arrested for speaking out against the royal family, I guess. Like, there are so many things that you could get arrested for in other countries for speaking your mind. And you can in this country. And there are some people that want to take that away. So why would you want to let them do that and forego your right? Again, you're welcome to share, but I think that someone else has probably affected that perception. Statistically, a lot of things could not matter, but you know what does make a difference? Action. Action makes a difference. And when you tell yourself statistically, well, it's not going to make a difference, you're right. Because you already made your choice. That was your action. And perception affects a lot. A lot more than most people are willing to observe. It's like medically people have understood that the placebo effect has had an effect, a visible effect. Perception has a great effect, whether you think it does or not. And placebo to some people means no effect at all. But if you give someone a thing and it really doesn't have anything in it and their perception affected their health, then perception affects everything. So if you perceive something to be true, it is true. For you. Well, hey, I mean, you have a right to your opinion, and you haven't said anything outright, like, vicious or mean or rude. You've just been voicing your opinion. That's fair. You can absolutely voice your opinion. If it's not directly damaging other people, then you can share your opinion. When it comes to your choice, your choice to vote or not, that's your voice. You've made your choice. You've exercised your right, whether you do it or not. I think you should, because I think it's an important aspect, whether you think it matters or not. When you've done the thing, you have contributed, and you have a choice to not contribute, and that is also a choice. But you have a choice to say, put your opinion in the pot. If you don't win, if you don't, like, your vote matters more than you have a chance at winning the lottery. And people play the lottery every day. Because more people don't vote than they should. Like there are less people that vote than they should in this country. And I think the people that tell themselves that their vote doesn't matter are the people that really have the greatest change to effect. I mean, there are people that have been unalived throughout history because they exercised their right to allow others to vote. So, their bravery in action allowed for the small chance for others to change things. Just getting distracted. Chatting now. Completely forgot where I was for a moment. Get so distracted with talking away. Look, I think that there are people that spend way too much money on trying to persuade normal people to act in their best interest by swaying others into thinking that it's true when, like, you just listen for a minute and you can hear. I'm not gonna name names. I think we kind of know. Most of us. I don't think anyone wants a repeat of something that we nearly dealt with a decade ago. And you know, the thing with politics that I think a lot of people kind of forget is that Politics is people. Like, it's about us. It's for our best interest, and yet there's the opposition that's whatever they think is most important. Most of the time, it's money, and that's not the most important thing that exists. The most important thing, and that's contrarian to a capitalist society where the most important thing is worshiping a wallet or credit card. It's ridiculous. Money matters, sure, but people matter more than what the currency is behind it. Like, it's a concept. People are not a concept. People are living beings. Like, I don't know. There's the difficulty that I have with others injecting their moral structure, and yet here I am talking about what I think is more moral and healthy.
I am ready for a new day.
I'm going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. Let's see here. We can catch up on the chat here. So from where I left off, our new friend here has said, you brought up an argument I haven't encountered before. I've engaged on this topic a lot, so I'm surprised and interested to hear a new take. Read the placebo and psychological impact. And if you don't mind voicing your assumption, what sort of political beliefs or partisan leanings do you think I have? I know you don't know, but I'm curious what you may think. I don't know. On the second question. I try not to assume. The only time I assume is when someone is wearing a MAGA hat. That's kind of when I assume. Other times I don't know. There are so many different viewpoints in that spectrum, but like from between left and right. I tend to vote in a leftist view because I feel like that's more of a better for people. But I have to think about what the full impact, because it's a spectrum, right? It's not just one or two. It's it's not left or right. It's there's a lot of in between. There's extremes on both sides, and there's a whole lot of in between. And in terms of the placebo effect, there's a concept. It's metaphysical and a bit out of a bit out there. It's like the concept of manifestation. I think the secret is one of them, and it's kind of far out there, right? It's new agey and kind of extreme, but when we look at medical evidence of how placebo effects have worked, the state of mind and the way that people view themselves and the whatever they're taking that makes them feel better, feeling better, or feeling a certain way, can trick us into thinking a certain way, right? So we start to feel like that's true. So if you say something long enough, it becomes true in your mind. And if we don't think critically about these things, then the truth can get obscured because someone that we perceive as some authority figure telling us how we should think or feel or whatever. And that's not just political figures, but that could be any sort of influence in our life, be it family, friends, colleagues. If they have a strong opinion about a thing and you start to believe that thing, if it's then proven false, it's harder for us to identify that it was false, because then we have to go through this period of like the stages of grief, basically. So we have to go through the denial, then we have to go through the anger and realizing that we were wrong and we were led astray, and then we blame others, we blame the people that led us into that situation. It's like, yeah, those things are very impactful. Whether it's true or not, it becomes true. our perception, our perceptions of things affect greatly how we engage with that thing. If you have the fanciest a meal from the fanciest restaurant in the world, it doesn't matter if it's like the best thing in the world. If you're at a garbage dump and it was just made and it's clean and fresh, it doesn't matter. You're at a garbage dump. You're not going to have a good time eating that thing. The environment affects your perception as well. So the environment, other people, not just place, can change the temperature of how you feel about a thing, changing your perception and changing the overall reality of the perceived thing. If we look at quantum physics and the scary action at a distance, Einstein called it, and how things behave differently once it's perceived, your vision of how something is going to act has an effect at the quantum level. Because when it's viewed, it changes its composition. That is our reality. How something is viewed, it changes its reality. And we know that from the quantum level. And now I'm just going in circles in my castle. Okay, to expand on the placebo, sure there is power in placebo, but if my wife is sick, I'd still prefer she takes the real medicine. Maybe direct action is real medicine and voting is sugar pill. It's neither. It's if you had the real medicine and it has a positive effect. For example, if I take albuterol and if I have asthma, right? And it has a positive effect. It helps me to breathe. But it also has this negative effect that I don't know about. That negative effect is still going to happen, right? Like, it may not be as bad, but if I'm told that it's a thing, then I'm going to be aware of it. And being aware of that thing can also make that outcome worse. When you tell an athlete to focus on what they're doing, they will have a harder time than if they just get into a flow state and they're just acting on instinct. A lot of the stuff that we take for our colds, symptoms and whatnot are just to alleviate the symptoms. They're not actually fixing the problem. They just help to tolerate it. So there is real medicine that works, yes, and you there are things that you cannot placebo away, that do not go away. Absolutely. That's where action comes in. And that's why critically thinking about things is so important, and that's why voting is important. Your choice, your perception, your and I'm not just saying like, oh, you just think it will get better and it will get better. I'm not saying that. I don't think that is an actuality. I think that you need to understand how a thing works in order to take the action needed to affect positive change. And I've said things like this before. had a discussion with a former employer about ethics. I'll never forget this. He said to me, "Whose ethics?" Right, because I was calling out some of the systematic things that were wrong with the establishment that I was working in, and I was a supervisor in this environment. And that's a very good point. Everyone has a different set of ethics. I can make a really good example of that. So there's or create a good example to visualize it. So in the tabletop game Vampire the Masquerade, there's morality systems in order to understand how people can have various different ethics. And I know that sounds weird because it's hard for some people to perceive, well, how can you tell the difference between like what's good and what's bad? In the necessity of having a morality system in a game like Vampire the Masquerade was only indicative in determining like you can change that if you're a monster and you have a completely different view of people, because humanity is like the base ethics. And I think I took that for granted because I had been playing that game for so long. It kind of affected how I viewed things, right? That some people can be monsters. Some people can really care and be compassionate. And I think it's weird that we live in sort of a country that has sort of very, very strong spiritual viewpoints, leaning in a very Western, I'll just say it. We live in a Christian country, right? And that view it comes with a certain set of perceptions, and anyone that has grown up with that sort of upbringing, it's hard to perceive that there are people that want to deceive others. I know that's very very much simplifying things, but I'm not sure exactly what the age group is going to be that's primarily going to be watching this in the end of it. So one second here. I'm burning. Playing at the same time while having these conversations is very challenging. That's one thing when I'm like narrating my gameplay. It's a completely different thing when I'm talking about like really deep philosophical topics. Let me get to a safer place. The morality system, you're fine. The morality system in Vampire the Masquerade leaves the option of changing that view from humanity, which I think I took for granted as being this sort of like, you care about people, you try and be kind and caring and and everyone has a right to exist, right? And the morality system in Vampire leaves it open for changing that humanity out to thinking like, well, people are like objectively just a tool, right? That's sort of to put it gently. I mean, they're obviously harsher ways of saying that, but you get the idea. And I think it's hard to understand the history behind why it's important to know that there are some people that feel that way, that really believe it, and it's not just a passing thing, right? There are real monsters that exist in the world that don't care about other people and will take advantage of the lack of understanding that people have. I don't want to say they're not intelligent, because it's not that. It's beyond intelligence. It's like, why do smart people join a cult, right? Why do people that have a background in science get caught up with big spiritual movements that seem like they could have been very avoidable? Because I think that some people are just good at believing their own
Get to the bunker.
believing their own misconceptions, or believing a lie that they've generated in order to benefit themselves, really. Thinking that their cause, or whatever it is. And maybe those people actually do believe that their cause is just, or whatever. And that makes the issue even more difficult to break down, because then there are way more layers to it.
You'll make a good
I think you can tell by how much autonomy people have, and how people are treated when they share their opinion. I think generally if people don't want you to do a thing that is arguably in your best interest, or that would be helpful to others, it could be out of misconception, it could be out of fear that, you know, they could believe something that's just not true. And I think what's difficult is right now is like, why are we still on the fence about certain topics, about certain people? About certain presidential candidates? Why are we still on the fence?
This is the ugliest abomination I've ever seen.
It's weird.
Do you want to play rough? Come, sit, stay. Slayers, help! You're all mine. What was the safe word again?
Yeah, that doesn't do anything to defend against that. But it really didn't do much damage. We'll go back to the other topic in just a sec. Let me fight this boss.
It's playtime. Get the kids inside. Oh, that's
And if this were any other video game, I don't think I would do this. And the reason why I think that this is a good space for that is because in something like Vampire the Masquerade, which this game reminds me a lot of. Vampire the Masquerade is a political horror game. It's literally in its theming. So I thought that vampires would be a perfect setting for that.
Where have you been all my life? Oh, I want to see some cheers. It's playtime. On your knees.
No, don't want to be stuck in that crap.
I hope this hurts. It's playtime. Let's go for a spin. Run!
What the heck? Oh. Well, that was great. Great timing.
I love it when you struggle. It's playtime.
path's really not helping me at all.
Stop begging anytime. Get to sick an invader. You're all mine. Scream! Come, sit, stay. Let's go for a spin. You're all mine. Scream! Damn it, not again.
Corner around this.
On your knees! It's playtime! I am gonna push you to the edge! Purifier! Get help! Come, sit, stay, heal!
Yikes.
On your knees! Now, get the kids inside! Mine! Run and hide, or just take it! It's playtime! Stop begging anytime! Get help! Come! Sit! Stay! I love it when you struggle!
Oh.
Run, lock your doors. Get to safety.
It's playtime! Run and hide, or just take.
Get back!
Ooh, just missed.
You're all mine! I hope this hurts! Come, sit, stay! What was the safe word again?
She's almost down.
You're all mine! I'm gonna push you to the edge!
Yeah.
Where are the watchers?
Kinda already am. It's a very close fight.
It's playtime!
What was the safe word?
She's got those, is it that game, The Suffering? She's got the suffering legs, the weird
Anything heavy?
blady feet.
Where's my
Spooky.
saw?
just loot this place up real quick, and then we'll look at the chat and see what's going on.
This is the ugliest abomination I've seen. Get help! Ah! Away, monster! Where's my flame? Get to the bunker! Someone help! Get back!
There is no space in my inventory. My bags are filled.
Purifiers, save up! Get your tools. Anything heavy.
I got for stats for this guy 9.6, 5.2, 13.8. Oh, okay. Just hop me over that fence. You can't break through it.
Monster!
Away, monster!
There is no space in my inventory. I will assert my shadow calls for my mount. There is no space in my inventory. I must make room if I want to carry that.
There we go. Nine 9.8, 6.0, 12.3. Interesting. 9.0, 5.2, 12.1. It seems like those with red names have better stats overall, just in general, but it's kind of random anyway, so it doesn't really matter. 10, 5. Contains invalid characters. Ten, 5, 12. I can spell it out. That's funny. I just start doing that. The horses with okay stats, I'll leave, or I'll rename them for people that might need a better horse. You just flip sides, what? Oh well. And since it's a PvP server, it doesn't matter if it's player's horse or not. They can still take it. I don't know if you can in a PvE or PvE. In exclusively PvE, I'm not sure if you can or not. Haven't played on an exclusive PvE. Give me 1 second, I will return to the chat. The areas that the enemies can create fire on the ground are not the areas I want to stop in. Alright. Back in the castle. Oh, wow. A lot of activity. Reading, one moment. I think I think voting is important. I think that also taking other actions when there are necessary issues is also important. I think both. I think you do both. It is a freedom that you should exercise when there is something that you are drawn to picket, protest. However you want to make that a statement in a healthy way. not hurting others, as long as it's not hurting anyone. I think that ultimately people are gonna vote for however they view their best interests. The collective idea is sort of oversimplifying. I think that it's not what is going to be the best for the whole. I mean, you know, that there's one aspect of that is sure, but I think that there are also things that we can look at that need more than just the greater issues, right? There are voices that go unheard because of any sort of vocal suppression, right? It's that, like, there are small pockets of people that are a small group of people, right, that do not that are not visibly seen as much as others, right? That happens often when there's like a greater whole, but I think that it's abject, not object. I think it's you have to look at all of the parts. There isn't some collective. People are not ants. People are not. There is no hive mind. That's sort of a myth. I think that there's always a root to it, right? There's always a. There isn't. It's not. It's not like we have underlying thoughts that are being transmitted to our brains. We have our own ways of thinking, but we have to make the active choice, the active decision to be in a present moment, to observe those things. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. We've just been talking about a little bit about voting and a little bit about politics, keeping it civil. When I was a youth, I advocated for changing the age of the voting limit to from 18 to 16. And today I'm not sure how that structure would look. And I think that that the youth is greatly affected by how the previous generations have changed the education system to make it more difficult to learn anything that's actually important. Because as it stands, our education system is sort of in shambles. So the programs have changed over time, and the bar the bar is lowered to what the standard was. Quite a few years ago. Do I think that people should vote in the best interests of others? Yes, I think that people should examine those that can vote, should examine the people that cannot vote. For example, there are other people in other countries that our vote does affect them. Maybe in a very small way, maybe in a very big way. It really depends on which candidates we choose, right? And again, you could say, like, well, it's a very small percentage. Well, you still need to consider, like, if you don't, you've made your choice and you're not in that. And like, there's some people that say, well, if you don't vote, you don't get a say. Well, you do. You have a choice in doing that and exercising your freedom and choosing not to. That's absolutely your opinion and your freedom to do so. But I think that anyone that is in the position to vote should absolutely consider the best interests of those that are not in a position to vote in that particular election. That's very impactful. I think there are more subjects that need attention than others. I think when you address a root cause, for example, the education system, you address greater problems in the future. But I feel like there are some that think that it's good to have unintelligent, less intelligent people. Not unintelligent, less intelligent. They're taught less. Not as hard. The curriculum is not as difficult as it once was. It's weird. You could say that the issue of at-home learning during 2020 could be a factor to blame, but there's some other factors at play there. There's fighting sounds.
Show you the might of the House Belmont. Witness a hunter's technique.
I feel like if I got hit just once by Simon Belmont, I would probably just fall over at this level.
Destroy the enemies of good. This is a Belmont's duty.
His throwing dagger did almost 200 damage. I can't fight him yet. He's way too strong. I think you can complain about whatever you want to. I think that if you're in a situation, that's the problem. If people decide to change their mind, they're ridiculed for it. If they double down, they're praised for it, even if it's bad. Why are we doing this? It doesn't make any sense to me. Can you explain it to me? Why are we telling people that if they change their mind, if they say, well, they can't complain about that? Why? You just want them to suffer? It doesn't make sense. Explain. I think that people have a right to complain about things that are unjust and that need to be changed. I think that if people are just complaining to complain and they're not going to do anything about it, and voting, yes, is for some people doing something about it that can't physically able do anything else. There are some people that have physical impairments that's their only option. I'm sure that some people that only have the option to vote would love to participate in other things, but their health just isn't a factor to allow for that. So I think that, you know, when you're contributing to a greater good in your society, and for some people that is subjective, absolutely, but if we're talking about caring for other people and generally honest, decent, moral, not a criminal, not some Oompa Loompa idiot doing something that really shouldn't even be in a political situation or in a political working environment whatsoever. Right? I think most of us agree with that. But to say that someone doesn't have a right to complain because they vote or they don't vote, or they or vice versa, you're just as bad. You're just as bad as the others. We don't silence people unless their rhetoric is absolutely destructive of other people, damaging to other people. If it's an opinion about how others are being hurt, or how a situation is dangerous or unhealthy, that's different. But when, like, you know, when we're talking about those things that are dangerous to others, absolutely there should be a line, right? I think freedom of speech is important, but, you know, there's also the consequences that come along with the things that you say. And I think by allowing people a platform, they eventually say, the damaging thing out loud if that is their belief. And we've seen that with Osmongold, right? You don't get a platform if all you're going to do is talk about how other people are beneath you. Whatever. It's absolutely absurd. And it's absolutely untrue. Then that's their right. If a person thinks all political authorities are unjust and that every option is the wrong one, then that is a belief. It is a very strong belief, and that in and of itself is an extremist view. Taking the same stances Batman villains is also not a I think that there are perceptions of villainy in a lot of people from others because of how we have been treated in our pasts, right? Like if our expectation from others is that they're going to be a certain way and we stay away from them, we haven't altered our own perceptions. I think that individually that hypothetical, like if that's, you know, your stance, then one second. So, what are you suggesting? Let me ask you this: what would be better? What would be a better system? What do you think is the best way to go about things? What's the best thing for everyone here? I think that it's a bit too much to like ask what your utopian society would look like, because I don't think that that's a thing. I think that that's an ideal. And ideals can also lead to a lot of bad situations. I don't know. I'm somewhere between an idealist and a realist. Right? I want the best, but I know that the possibility is difficult. But just because it's difficult doesn't mean it's impossible. So I like to think of a realistic path to a reachable ideal. But yeah, I would like to I would love to hear the opinion of what you think might be better. What's fair for everyone? Not just fair, not just equal, equitable for everyone. How we all prosper, not how we all do the same. Because what is equality then? What do we want to knock the wealthy people down and have them be like in squalor? No. No, we all want to prosper. We all want to do well. Right? Like we all want to be happy and healthy and have a good life and follow our dreams, right? Is ideal. But we can only do that, I think, if we all work together in some way or another. Even if it's 20 minutes of your time. Yeah, let's see. All right, cool. It's hard to express what you believe your ideal is, even harder to discuss steps to reach it. The comment size limit, asymmetrical conversation. Right. I mean, yeah, Purple Rose has a point. We can look at other political systems around the world that have been tested and work, but you know, size of the community matters in how a political system will work. I think that's just a caveat of that all of these political systems, some of these political systems have been tested, some of them work, some of them in small groups work better, in large groups they fall apart, and vice versa. I finally understand why people want me to make a Discord or publish my Discord. I don't know. I have one. I just don't use it. So people can share their thoughts more freely. Because there's a very small character limit in the chat, unfortunately. I might need 2 of these. Yep. Okay, so Purple Rose says that glad we are in a democracy with free speech. Blah, blah, blah. Where is it? Where was it? I'm in no way saying that the current election process is perfect, or even that the U.S. doesn't have systematic issues. I'm saying I'd rather try and influence change than sit back and watch other people decide everything. Yeah. Same. Also, I think voting is the bare minimum expectation for participation. And then Derp says voluntary and deliberate associations should make up more civic and daily life. Not sure what that is. UBI, intermediate. Could create environments that encourage more family time, reducing the demand for governance. There are voluntary programs that exist. I mean, nonprofits have to figure out how to finance themselves. Are you speaking about nonprofits, or are you talking about like voluntary and deliberate associations? Are there not already? Make up more civic and daily life. More of them, is what you're saying. Universal Basic Income, UBI. Gotcha. It just clicked. What does it represent anymore? Currency. I guess that's the question. Is like, is it like it? Because when I was a kid, I was under the assumption that it's like, oh, there's a treasury, right? A little kid, not understanding, and that this equals this amount of whatever is in Fort Knox, right? Whatever. No, it's just a concept. It's a concept that we're living with, and I think that we need it to, like, we can look at history, historical events where the currency has broken down and gone by the wayside and just doesn't mean anything anymore. But the thing is, like, I don't know, you have to put a limit on it, otherwise it doesn't mean anything. And I'm not saying that, like, I'm for a universal basic income, don't get me wrong. I think that's... Hang on a second, we gotta...
A new revenant to suit my purposes.
I think that there are examples throughout the world where that has worked very effectively. But I also think that our country has a different relationship with money than other countries in terms of it having a... I don't want to call it a spiritual connection, because it's like, that's not how people view it out loud, but it's sort of how they behave. I think that I think it would equal out at some point. I think that by creating those, you'd have to lay the groundwork for it to work, right? You'd have to set up steps for it to be effective, because, like, I don't know, I've known people that live very what do I call it, sedentary lifestyles, that would they do things? I don't know. I think that if, we'd have to examine what people would do with their time if we freed that up, because, like, people also have to find ways to get healthy. Part of the way that our system allows for those lifestyles to exist is based on there being the option to pay for that lifestyle in and of itself, right? Like, if you're in a group and you're participating, and you have lived your life, and that's what you do. You just you participate, and you're there, and that's just what you do. But if you know that there's an option for other ways to exist, and some people have lives where it basically looks like they do nothing, versus people that actually, take time to really be present and participate, and work on their health, go to a therapist, go get healthy. We have options for that, and we can think, well, if a unit, this is an argument against. I am not against that, but for the sake of argument, that some people may not do anything, and I think that would correct itself over time, simply based on a generation. I think it would take one generation to get used to it and fix that whatever issue that people bring up in that argument. I think that that's why I'm bringing it up, because I've heard it before. I've heard that argument in particular, that, well, people just will be lazy and they won't want to do anything. Well, I think that that's wrong. I think the reason why people don't want to do anything in the first place is because the work environment that they're in is not helpful or contributing to their sanity, health, or well-being. It just is feeding off of their time. Like a vampire. That's true. You know, I don't mind if you put an ellipses or, you know, whatever, a line next to your phrasing if you're going to continue. That's totally fine. Because I could imagine typing up a long thing and then suddenly getting to the end and you're like, I have more. Just if you're in the middle of a word, back up and hit send and then start the word again, or ellipses at the end. I don't mind. I know that this is a very limited format, but this is a very small group currently talking about this, and why not share? I think we share more viewpoints than we don't here. Okay, I got completely distracted in what I was going to do in this game, and I am now lost. Give me a second. I think I'm gonna go refill my coffee real quick. Take a 10, 15-minute break, but I will still be watching the chat, and I will respond in the chat if if I respond during my short break here. If I feel the need to jump in. Because I think that this is a very interesting conversation. And even though we're not agreeing on every point, I think it's been very, very interesting, and I appreciate your participation. So thanks for being here. Be right back. Hey, I just wanted to remind everyone to be sure to go vote. Do your civic duty and cast your vote. The thing with voting is if you don't do it, the people that have the strongest conviction win. If you tell yourself that not to show up, then I think that here, let me back up a bit. Here's the thing. You don't have to pass a test to vote. You don't even have to graduate high school. You just have to be a certain age. And if you've tricked yourself into believing that your vote doesn't matter and you shouldn't show up, then and you know it's not just someone else's rhetoric like that oh, it doesn't matter. And you know, your rhetoric is that you believe voting doesn't matter, and you have a strong conviction to not. That's selfish. That is the most selfish thing that you can do, because it doesn't cost you anything but the time. And I'm sure that we've all wasted more time than we're willing to admit watching shorts or a bunch of random stuff on the internet, right? So you can take that time and you can put it to good use, because that time is less than whatever it was, minimum wage, $14.50, $15 an hour. Now I'm not sure what it is federally, but most of the Northwest I think is like, I don't know what Seattle's at now, but buying things is also a form of voting. And if someone tells you not to take the time to do a thing, then you're forgoing your voice. You're forgoing your option to speak in that moment and contribute. If you think it's marginal, then you've lost the plot.
I rise.
And it matters in this election because the previous election was so close. If you think it doesn't matter, then you're foregoing a lot. Inaction is a choice that leads to consequences that you don't have options for because you didn't make a choice before. I think there's a misconception of what the point of voting is. If every single person in the country turned out to vote, then we would get a clearer perception of where our country is at. Right? If the last election was so close, then there's half of the country that is living in a very strange misconception of how we should be treating one another, that subscribes to the possibility of living as a criminal without consequences. And what I mean by that is we have someone running for president that is an actual felon that should be in prison, that committed treason.
Return to me, my steed.
If half of the country is in opposition and wants a criminal in office, then why not stand with the people that don't want a criminal to lead a country? Because if you're willing to forego your vote, then you're willing to forego the trash that's on the ground at the park that you were talking about volunteering to go pick up trash at, or in your fabricated reality. Look, this is not about statistics, because you can't get an accurate statistic if not everyone is showing up. Your vote has an option of mattering if you don't vote, then your vote doesn't matter. You're absolutely right, and your statistics are going to favor you because you didn't vote. Absolutely, you made the choice. You didn't vote. I still think you should vote. I still think you should. You should absolutely participate. Because if this is a numbers game, and we're talking about statistics, and we're talking about votes, we're talking about who showed up for what. And if you break it down into, let's say, I don't know, let's simplify it and present a numbers game for, I don't know, something like medieval warfare. The one with the bigger numbers wins. And if you decide to not even show up, not even go outside your door that day, then you're what?
By the Belmont
A
name,
deserter.
I will vanquish you.
Not showing up is abandonment. It is also sort of a destructive action towards others. I don't know if I can actually say the other word without it being actionable. But you get the idea. It is the equivalent of standing by and watching something happen when you could have done something. Watching a train wreck in slow motion when there's a control switch. I don't know, you can trick yourself into believing that it's not important. It doesn't matter. But then I feel like there's some sort of I don't know. Questionable origins of where that conceptualization has come from, because it sounds a bit like Someone has tricked you into believing this.
I'm sorry it comes to this. I'll make it quick. Bless this shot!
That's what I get for looking down. Trying to read. Let's get
Bless this shot!
knocked off my horse by a boss.
Bless this Bless this shot!
Bend to my will. From beyond, return to my side.
Okay. Let's get back to the, the castle so I can actually read the chat. This is why I waited last time. I just think I think that there seems to be this comparison to like it's gambling, like you're betting, like there's a only so much it stands for, or like you're putting your ticket in a basket to get pulled at the at a raffle or something, and it's like it's not like that. It's such a different game than that. Like if we're talking about how things work and how they function, and you know, you can present statistics about how these things don't have an effect for you personally, so it shouldn't matter to you. But it does. And I think, like, if you want a future with universal basic income, keep voting. That's the only way you're going to get it. You can't expect to get the things that you want if you don't share and participate in the activity that gets to that point. You cannot rely on other people to act in your best interest if you have the option to act in your best interest. Because you could make this argument every year, and every year your argument would get stronger and stronger because the population growth is exponential. The more people there are, the more complicated it gets. I think we understand that, but the thing is, it's not the game that you think it is. You're not betting. This isn't Vegas. This is a numbers game. There needs to be numbers on a side. You have to pick a side. Otherwise, you're just neutral on all of it. Because it is your voice. Like you do get a say, and that is the say. Like it's a part of it. There are other things that you can absolutely do to affect change and difference in many people's lives, but in the greater whole of the system that we live in, it's not going to just go away tomorrow. You know, like it's a myth, like it's some fake thing. And if you want a shred of a chance to change a thing, getting involved in like, if you want to affect greater change, become a politician yourself. Go into that. Change it. Litigate. Find ways to change the system, because you can do a whole lot more inside the system than you can outside of it. What are you going to do? Shout at the walls? That only goes so far. And only if actual people hear you. And some people that are in politics have questionable motives. I think we know that. So why are you going to let the people that have questionable motives even have a chance? You showing up diminishes that chance. Unless you're on their side. So then, okay. First, I'm gonna say this because I'm going through the chat right now. If you do all that, then why is that 20 minutes such a hassle? No, that's okay. That is a misconception. There's people are not voting under people that are deceased. People are not voting for like non-Americans are actually not voting. Can you not understand, like, the people that are reporting on this stuff are not journalists? Guys, think about this. The people that are there, how investigation works is you come in with an abject or no view. And you have to find the truth. That's how scientific investigation works. But if you're looking for an answer for a particular issue, you're going to look for the evidence that matches your issue. When those people canvass door to door in neighborhoods with people that are not English-speaking Americans, they just want these people to go away and leave them alone. Isn't that what everyone wants, to just exist? There aren't people that are voting that are non-citizens. You understand that? Like, if there are cases, they are so small in number over the past few decades, and those people that have committed fraud are right wing. You know, like, my God. Sometimes things are going to sound rude. Some things are going to sound mean. It's not to bully. It's not to hurt feelings. But some things that are harsh in this reality are just always harsh. I try to be as nice and caring as I possibly can when I talk about these things. And there are just choices that people make that when I look at it and I think, look, this is the abject truth I see here. This is my opinion. Absolutely, it is my opinion. But there are some things that I try to approach things with scientific reasoning, because I feel like it is the most fair way to examine things. Because if you're presented with a truth, an abject truth, not someone just saying things to you, like you're looking at actual data, you're not looking at skewed information, and that's hard to come by. Evidence is hard to accumulate. Hard data takes a lot of time. That's why they're scientists take a decade or more researching a particular thing, one focus, to understand it, to bring about the data. If you're taking someone's word on it, and they barely graduated high school, and they just have more than $1 million in their bank account. Their best interest lies with themselves, not you. Reading the chat right now. Wouldn't we all like $1 million in our bank account? I think it's difficult to find a balance sometimes, because it's. Hang on, let me put this up higher so I can actually see the chat. So my phone's a little too low. Try not to get too ahead. Let's see here. Give me one sec. Ugh. I'm not sure exactly how that would work. Hang on. Is there a site that you can reference, or I also have my email in my description on my channel if you would like to send it there, because the other options are a little bit more involved. Oh god. I think there is more utility, especially like, yes, there are a lot of numbers when it comes to the bigger, the greater, like, presidential election, sure, but on your ballot, there will be local issues for your particular district and people that are running in your particular district. Your vote absolutely matters for those people. So while you're at it, why not fill in a president? You can even write your own name in if you want. If you think you're, if you think you can make a difference, put your own. And obviously that is going to be a little bit different. But you know, like, are you trolling right now? Bush? What? You are trolling, right, Lord Valinar? Like, oh. George W. Bush and Bush Jr. both are, still are Republican. Unless somehow that's changed because of a viewpoint, but as far as I remember, because who ran against Bush in 2000 was you don't just switch your Republican, or they can't switch from Republican to Democrat while they're in office. That's okay. It's I know, probably going back and looking at their speeches now, it probably looks like they're more Democratic than Republican because of how much shift there's been in that party. Like, it's so indiscernible, even now from, because in 2000, Al Gore was George Bush Jr.'s opponent, and he was Bill Clinton's vice president. What am I doing? I'm not. What just happened? It's like I fell through the ground and then I was fine. I almost fell into the back rooms. I don't always drop out. I think on the top of my ballot this year was actually independent running president. It wasn't either of the main candidates in Republican or Democrat. It was an independent at the top. I don't know if that it's going to be standard everywhere. Of course, it's probably going to be different. But yeah, it was. I think they'd put like Kennedy at the top or something like that. And he's running in an independent party, I think. I mean, look, if there's enough of a vote for an independent, it is a possibility, but again, there would have to be people turning out for those people. Because it's not... When you vote for someone, it's like you're standing with them. It's like your vote is a count towards their election into that office. I mean, how is that hard? I don't understand why that's... I'm trying to understand why that is a hard stance that you're taking there, but it's hard to really wrap my head around. Because I think the feeling of not being heard is, I think, where that comes from. In my opinion, that's I used to feel that way when I was younger. but I think that there's a lot more to it than, and we'll, you know, it's harder for us to shift that because it really doesn't take that much effort. It's like the minimum, the least effort thing you could do to get your voice heard in our political setting. Heard, I guess for your opinion to count, right? Because it's like you're, I don't know. Would it be better if someone gave you a stone and you put it in a basket? I don't know. Isn't that how Greeks voted? They put a rock in one or the other, and whoever got the most rocks won. In a political setting. I mean, there are levels of that, right? Levels of participation. The monarch. Rockin' basket changes nothing for me. I love that. That's really funny. If convenience is the argument and it's inconvenient to vote, then you could always move to a state that has a mail-in system. If it's that you don't want to go to the place because it's awful to go to a place to vote, then I vote to change it. I mean, but seriously, like there are other options in other states of voting where mail-in is an option and it takes less than 20 minutes. It takes less than 5 minutes. You can fill it out while you're watching Netflix. Like, if that's all it is, then we just need to make the system easier for people to approach. Like, yeah, going to a place to vote sounds awful because there are people, some places, that stand out front of them and it intimidate people. And although that's illegal, some of those people don't get stopped because some of those people are actual, like, law enforcement. Historically, that has happened. I'm not sure if that's happening now, but places like the Deep South, it's definitely been a thing. The Deep South. It's getting there. It takes time because people are skeptical, because there are so many people that believe that voter fraud is happening at a higher level than it actually is. Getting so distracted. All right. The convenience or inconvenience of voting, and that like it's awful going to a place to vote. I agree. That does sound awful. But I don't know if that would stop me from participating in the process. Like and for some people it takes longer than that 20 minutes. Let's be fair. Like the process of voting in some counties, townships, the voting process is a lengthy line and can take hours. But that's because a stopgap has been put in place to try and get people to not vote, by making it as difficult to vote as possible. And that is something that has happened coming from a conservative groups, that a lot of conservative groups have pushed that way of slowing down voting. I'd take a book or a Nintendo Switch or something. It's like going to the doctor's office or the DMV. And I think if it's something that is too insanely difficult to do in your particular area, maybe consider moving someplace else. Like if that's the issue, then there's a greater issue at play there. Because in some places it is that easy to vote. It is that simple. And takes very little time and hardly much effort. Getting a ballot in the mail is way easier.
I cannot build here.
If you did not believe in a utility to a vote that is separate from its ability to impact an election, would I accept your argument? Okay. And you're emailing me this argument? Okay, so...
This will not work.
What utility are we discussing in terms of a vote? Like what...
This will not work.
What expectation would do you have for what your vote would give you? Like, I'm trying to understand that part of it because that's, I don't think, a part that a diagram would explain. Is like, what do you want from your vote? What would you like to see from your vote? If it's just for your vote to be the winning vote, it's more, there's more to it than that. Takes me a while to get my full explanations out. But it's not about belief for me. It's about participation in the process. Like, if you're not participating in the process, then your voice isn't in there. And what I mean by voice is that we all have to kind of agree what's gonna be most fair. I believe I could fly. What I mean by voice, because there are a lot of things you can do. Yes, I mean, you could start posting political content on your channel and gain a following, and you know, your voice would be heard, and in that group setting. But like, there are so many echo chambers that exist now that it's, what's the baseline? We need a baseline. Like, and you're contributing to the baseline. You're like, in a chorus, if you don't add your voice, you're not a part of that group, right? You're just there with them. You're not involved with your voice. You're just present. And yes, presence can be important. Protests can be important and impactful, and writing your congressman, or whatever boomers say. You know what I mean? Like, there are tons of things that you could do to contribute your voice. If you'd still reject my conclusion after hypothetically charitably accepting it, either my diagram should convince you, or you would have some argument I'd be very glad to see. Okay. It's not utility, but moral argument. I have a moral obligation to vote my conscience and my beliefs and for a better life. And I understand that you believe there is some utility in participation, also some psychological benefit to voting. Okay. I'm going to ask you something before I look at your diagram. How do you view elections in terms of their factuality? Meaning, do you think that the process is real and legitimate, or do you think that the process is an illegitimate thing? Not that the vote doesn't count, right? That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, do you think that there could be another force deciding factors rather than the voting process that supersede that process? For example, like another group of people, like an autocracy, a collective that decides things. And I'm not judging whether or not that's something that that you think, because I don't know. Like the Yes, I think that answers the question. So, okay. All right. I understand the position. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You're voting for Dracula. That's funny. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I have so many of these. I'm just gonna get rid of them. Put them in the... Devourer. There's something I was gonna say. I completely forgot what I was gonna... Completely... avoided. Could you imagine if you were in a position where your job, you had to be voted in, like you were a supervisor wherever you work, and the people around you would have to vote for you to be in that position, putting a lot of faith in those people. And the other person that's in the other seat is someone that you know is either they're not suited for that role. But and you could think of it from the perspective of the employee. And if you decided, like, well, my vote doesn't matter because there's like 500 other employees, and I know that these groups of people are going to vote this way, so you don't know how that outcome's going to go. You psychic? Because that is a power. Like, I'm not trying to be insulting. Like, seriously, like, to tell the future and know how that election's going to turn out. Or you've decided that it's going to turn out not in your favor. And I guess you could take the route of, like, South Park politicizes things, is almost a neutral stance. But typically left-leaning.
My bags are filled.
One second. We can't predict the future, and I guess what I'm saying is that we can't predict the future, and by thinking that it doesn't matter, then we're leaving it up to others to make a decision. And in whatever environment, big or small, the reductions of a vote's measurement. Like it sounds like to me that it comes down to a perception of like the population of the country, right? That if you feel that your vote is less impactful, less powerful, that there are just more people in the world or in our particular country that are going to make decisions. Well, the option is there for you to choose to participate whenever you feel like it's going to be impactful, I guess.
I will assert my will.
I didn't think I would see those words today. Vladdy Daddy? Oh, you're talking about... Oh my god, that game chat. There are too many things going on. Way down south. So, what I'm hearing is that you would just like your vote to be more impactful. Or that it's not worth as much as you feel like it should be. Is that kind of what I'm... Am I understanding that correctly? That it's not... It just doesn't do enough for you? Bring all sorts of crazy to the chat. Well, thank you. That's... Okay. So your point is that a vote is almost always worth literally and exactly 0? Not that it doesn't do enough, that it is almost guaranteed to do zilch. I disagree. I'm not understanding why you think it does nothing though. Like how is it doing nothing? I know you're working on a diagram, but I'm like, there's just something I'm really trying to wrap my head around how there's no, because if it's not about the population growth or diminishing the worth of a vote or the impact of a vote, and it's just that the voting does nothing, I'm just having a hard time with that one. wrong one. It really should up that character limit on the chat and on YouTube. That's annoying. I'm sorry you guys have to suffer through that. That's awful. That is the worst chat. You hear that, YouTube? Fix your chat. Let the people speak. Oops. Oh, that usually doesn't happen. I just heard a weird reverb sound in my headphones. But the likelihood of your one vote deciding an election isn't the point of voting. Your vote is part of the greater whole. Like, if you have a box of cereal and you take one piece of cereal out, yeah, it doesn't do much. But, like, there's a point where you're filling up a bowl of cereal and a few spill out of the bowl if you go over, right? Like, I know that's a weird example, but it's like those numbers do have an effect, is what I'm saying, a cascading effect. It's not about the person that starts a movement. It's about the people that then help and support that movement behind it, that moves it forward. Because you can't do anything without other people. I mean, you could try. It's a lot harder to do things without other people in your life. And it's almost impossible to not, because there's absolutely another person behind everything that you own. Every possession that you have, there's another person that touched that thing to make it. Unless you just live off the grid with nothing. And you make your own clothes, basically Amish. But, like, very few people live that way. It's hard to get away from it. And I want things to be different, too. But, here. I keep going on. Hang on, let me read the chat. Before I just get on another soapbox and talk over everyone. I know it's my channel and all, but I still like the conversation to be a little bit more open. It's not me. It's everybody. So, the part of a greater whole. Maybe if I pull it up here, it'd be easier for me to read. Again, like if you have one piece of cereal, it's not going to do anything. It's not going to fill you up. It's not going to be satisfying. You need more than just one. One vote doesn't matter. The whole vote matters. Like everyone's vote together is what matters. I think that if you don't know that. If more people voted in 2016, we wouldn't be dealing with the same mess. There are too many people that sit on the fence and debate rather than contributing to a flawed system. I agree it's a flawed system, but still the system that we have, right? Because then you can't show up for your local stuff because it's all on the same ballot. It's all on the same. It's all part of the same paperwork. You can't just just give me the local one. It doesn't work that way. You could just not vote for those particular people if you don't want to participate in that section. But like your vote for the community that you live in, the measures that are there, those are important, and your vote does have an impact. Exponential. It's an exponential voting system. It's not an individual voting system, right? Like your vote only matters when more people like you turn out. That's all there is to it. And oftentimes that's how the worst people get into power, is that people that feel like they're powerless don't turn out. Because I honestly think that that's probably where that's coming from. But it's not true. You have a lot of power. You have a lot of say, a lot more say than maybe you think you do. I also agree with you that the small things matter, and I think that people should contribute more of their time to things that matter. Volunteering, participating in community activities. I mean, heck, if you really want to participate in your community, I'm sure there's probably city council meetings that are held that may not have a huge turnout, and just by showing up and participating in a public vote, you could also make a difference. Or participating in a public forum. Those are also things that can be done. Sure. Sure. But what if 50 million people voted for one and 50 million people voted for the other? Like split right down the middle. And that never happens. Statistically improbable. But it's still possible. I think in the last several decades, there have been videos that people have posted about things that statistically are improbable, but can happen. And I think that those things should be considered. And I don't think it's about whether or not you keep going on and convincing people that that your point is valid, because I think that if you are spending that time dissuading an audience from voting, then whoever has the largest turnout, like it's diminishing numbers from the greater process. Like I used to feel that way. Not that it didn't really matter. And I felt that way for a long time because it seemed like it wasn't enough to me. It didn't do enough. It wasn't impactful, or that it wouldn't matter, and it really does. It's a domino effect. The more people that are present, the more complicated things get, and the harder it is to manage things. Have you ever been in a position where you've managed others, or been a leader in a situation where you had to take responsibility for other people? Forgot to grab my potions, and I can just teleport out of here. I don't know why I'm taking my horse every time. I think I'm just more focused on the conversation than I am on the game now. But here we are. mean, the sort of underlying issue that that I have is like it's in some situations it's just a popularity contest, where someone capable of doing the job is overlooked because the choice of who people thought had their best interest because of whatever, I don't know, rhetoric of the past or some promise for some illusory thing. When
If you want to cause trouble, you're going to have to go through me.
when we could be contributing and knowing like that there are thoughtful compassionate and intelligent people willing to
You better
take
stick
on the
around.
burden of a difficult job like that, because it's if there's someone vying to use that station to get out of having to serve time in prison, then why is this even an argument in this time frame, like in this time in this timeline? It's interesting, but it's strange to me because of how much is at stake. Like it would be another thing if it were just like the 2000 election, where it's just a one politician against another politician. You know? It's not. It's not just that. Actually, we're gonna go after Old Ben, the Wanderer. Hang on, I gotta go back, because a lot has been said. I don't want to say wrong. Look, I'm at your point where you said that like there's some things that I've convinced you of. I don't want to say wrong. Look, the thing is misled. Say misled. Because there are probably people in your life that have told you this rhetoric, and it's like I know you're your own person. You can make your own decisions, and you can believe what you want from that evidence that you have, that you've gathered. And I think that you should make the best informed decision that you can. But I think that it's bigger than just the small things. And I'm going to continue reading here in just a second. I'm just Hang on, let me get off this horse and switch to my rat form so I don't get it just randomly. Well, there aren't any enemies out here anyway. Okay, hang on. Small game groups are a start. And then Purple Rose earlier referenced several races that were decided by less than 100 votes, comparing number of 20 people might have influenced if they hadn't voted. And they could change. We are individually, I'm going to say this because it's going to, and it's probably going to get taken out of context, but individually we are kind of weak. We can be strong, but I don't mean in the emotional sense or the physical sense. I mean, like, as a group, we're meant to be in group dynamics. Like, small groups, right, have a big impact and can make a difference. We're all small groups collectively deciding, not a collective, but collectively deciding. There is a difference in that phrasing. Collectively deciding that there is a person that's better for the job. And we know that there are a lot of people that have misconceptions about the difference in presidential candidates, and I think that we know that there's someone that is more intelligent, well suited for the job, and we cannot forego our ability to make a choice there, because that's waiving a right. If we waive our right to vote, we are acknowledging and allowing and conceding. It is even on, if you didn't want a certain candidate to win, it's to me it could be the equivalent of letting them have it. It's not about your voice being heard in a sea of voices. Right, your one voice being heard. It's about the collective. It's about the chorus. It's about a group of people in unison. and embracing the differences that we have with one another, right? Because there are differences that each individual has from everyone else, and that should be embraced and celebrated. If you have a D&D group and they are all fighters and none of them have any magic whatsoever, and they go up against a high-level magic user and they use a spell to snare all of them, and if they had a rogue or magic user or any other type of class that could have gotten them out of that situation, they would have been. they would have more easily gotten out of it, but because they, like, all of them were stubborn and they wanted to all play the same role. We can't all play the same role. We can't. There are not enough people that there are too many people that want to play that same role, right? When you play World of Warcraft, 3 roles are DPS, tank, and healer, and there are more DPS than anything. But you have to have a healer to get through some situations, unless you're playing a particular class that self-heals, or it's a low-level thing. But if you're playing reasonably, you need those different roles to survive. And it's more fun with them.
We'll be there soon. Are you jealous? I'm a leaf on the wind. You'll love this. Come this. I am a. The curse is this way. Come on, keep up. Something is tickling my skull on the inside. I'm going to live forever.
Taste of knowledge.
Oh, interesting. I don't know if I could name what movie that's from. If I thought about it hard enough, I might, but... I guess you get the, like, how should I ask this? There's obviously you understand, like, there's people in the world, there's more people in the world than you could probably ever possibly meet in your lifetime. But that even despite not knowing those people, and just simply knowing that they exist, you wish them well. Is there not a consideration that because it's like some people can understand if I can just talk through it, the logistical part of how that works, right? Like there are more people in the world. You would rather that they do better than do worse, right? You would rather they not hurt people, right? Like it's kind of like that. It's sort of a generalized, like, yeah, people shouldn't do that. to start with as a baseline. Is that's understandable, right? I think I'm at the back end. I can't see anything. So I guess that's part of it, is like, you know, you wish other people well, and you want other people to be safe. So, you know, taking the time or the hassle to put your vote in, to contribute to the structure of what makes up our tattered system. That's the impact that has. It's not for us. Voting isn't for us individually. It's for everyone else. And yes, there are things that are in our best interests that are presented to us in some situations in voting. But it's generally just it's for our group. It's for other people too. Like it's not just for our benefit. It's for the benefit of everyone doing well. When we make that choice, when we do the thing. To me, that kind of sounds like in that regard, because of how voting works, it's kind of like saying that you yourself don't matter. It's you have an option to do that, and I'm not saying that you don't. You do absolutely matter. But I think that by saying that your vote doesn't matter, it's the equivalent of telling yourself that you do not. Because it does. Like, that's why they're voting. Like, that's why they count the votes. Like, if it, like, I don't understand. Like, it's a whole thing. It's sort of like what happens if you put a rock in your shoe? Like a tiny pebble. It's annoying, right? Rattles around and you really can't stand on it. It's just one pebble. What can one pebble do? And then you put a whole bunch of gravel in your shoe, a ton of it. Then what does it do? Makes it even harder. And if you continue, it gets to the point where you can't even put the shoe on anymore. In that example, I'm using that as a point to illustrate that the pebble does a lot, and a whole shoe full of rocks makes a difference. It makes a whole difference. Like I'm not saying that that's what I'm saying that that's the power of one. And voting is an action, so I'm not sure how it is devalued. I don't know how it's at 0. You can't divide by nothing. Like, it can't be nothing. Something is happening, so it can't be nothing. It can't I'm not understanding. This is absurd. I'm lost. I don't understand. How is it nothing? Where is it nothing? Where do all those votes go? What do they tally? Then, like, they all have there's a computer system that counts them. Like, where is it nothing? How is it nothing? It doesn't. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is it doesn't matter if it hinges on one vote. Some of them hinge on few votes, very few votes. But if those people that voted, those very few people that voted, didn't turn out, then the election would have very different results. If you don't turn out, it affects the results. Just because it affects it by a margin, by a 0.01, doesn't mean that it's nothing. Or 0.0001. It doesn't... Let's equate this to a health pool. If you have 1 million health, and your opponent has 2 million health, the likelihood that it will hinge on a single health point is minuscule. You're right. But the odds that it could are still there, is what I'm saying. Is like, I can't tell you how many times I have been in a situation where, like, take a Final Fantasy game, for instance, where I'm one shot and I down a boss that was obviously also one shot. So it hinged on a very few % of health. In this instance, you could say that the voters are the health pool. And that those margins matter. Does that make sense? Hey, you play D&D, right? Like you played those games where like one player does something really crazy and it just works because they did something statistically improbable. Well, the voters are the dice, right? Like, and the health pool, I guess. In that way, like we're collectively making up these statistics as we add to it, and only by adding to it do we change that value. Does that make sense? Okay, that's fair to say that you how it looks on the surface to you. What is rational in this instance? Like for you, what's because that's so subjective to what people think, because there's no such thing as common sense. It's a misconception. Because what's common is regional. And even down to some from town to town, like those are separate things. But how is it irrational? How is it less than a rational thing? I guess. Those names do sound familiar to me. Hang on. Okay, that's why. Okay, I've heard his name brought up in the Michikako's Parallel Worlds. Because he's a mathematician. It's a book about math and how we came to the possibility of parallel worlds as being possible. A possibility of reality. You said John Nash. Okay. So, yeah, I've read about game theory and economics and such in terms of these things. I have a basic understanding, so I get it. Yeah. So why does that still dissuade you from voting? Because some of their choices in discussing these theories and whatnot has to do with things that they've experienced in their own life as well. Nothing is completely disaffected or unaffected by everything commingles. There's always a connection point. There's always something that affects another thing. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Right. So, obviously, it's basic. But you understand what I'm saying. Like, what is it? How does those things commingle? I think that you have the misconception of what voting is, though. Like, we are not players voting in voting. We are not the players in the voting. We are the stats. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that we make up, like, the health pool. We are those things, and we have to, like, if we want to be in that role and we want to be the person that like the individual that gets the most attention in that situation, I guess, you know, we have to be the one who runs. But the thing is, like, it's not about us. It's outside of us. We are not the players in that game, right? We are players in other games, and we deal in other situations, but, like, our participation is to add to the number that is what we think should be the winning side. Because we don't know all of the other states. We don't know all of the other factors. Can you calculate how all 360 million people in America are going to decide on, make all of their decisions? We can't. It's not physically possible. Okay, but the game can't just be life. I mean, that's an entirely subset of things. This is more than life is not a game. Let me illustrate. Let me break this down. Life is not a game. You can break things down into game theory, but life itself is not a game. Life itself is a statistical improbability in the vastness of the universe. So let's think about this for a second. Okay, hang on. I'm reading. Actually, you have. By not voting, if you had voted against a certain candidate, then you would have affected many groups positively. In fact, like, if say, for instance, you vote. Your vote has more value than you realize. I feel like there's a conservative agenda to get people to believe that their vote does not matter. It's also letting those people win another game, and that is skewing the numbers. There's more than just the numbers at work, because there are people at work affecting perceptions. And those perceptions, like, we very easily can be persuaded into situations or into giving up things that really we shouldn't have. Historically, people have done this many times throughout history. So, if without contributing to that, cause and effect,
My blood reserves run low.
it has, and it can have an impact on you individually. Would you let it? Probably not. So that's a good point. That is the factor there. Like if you're going out there and telling people to not vote, like a lot of the things that a lot of choices that could be made in terms of doing or not doing really comes down to how your personal preference, I guess. Like, I don't know. I think voting is always going to be important when you have that option, and not everyone has that option. I think that we have a chance to affect greater change than we really realize. And look, can you see how statistically it is improbable that we even exist, that we even live and breathe and do the things that we do? It's crazy that we have technology where we have screens and we can play games like this. Like it blows my mind that this is real life. And by saying that statistically a thing is or isn't, just saying the words changes things. I think that your voice matters, and I think that your vote also matters. It affects change. It can affect positive or negative change in people's lives that you'll never meet you'll never talk to. Do you understand? Do you understand my question though? Like you're saying the probability that we exist is a 1. We do exist. I'm talking about the probability of the greater universe outside of our planet, in other solar systems. Like, if you compare our planet to the hundreds of trillions, quintillions of other systems and planets that exist, then the odds are not in our favor, and yet we are here. That's my point. So, as it stands, you exist. You're here. Why not vote? Treat yourself to some ice cream afterwards. Will that make it better? Will that make it more of a utility? I think that it's not for you. It's for the whole. If you take a single slice of pie, if you're bringing statistics into this, then you already understand this. Like, right? So if every person is one stat point in Elden Ring, and you divvy up those stat points to two individuals that are going against one another, how does one vote not matter? How, like, because when you bundle it with 10 other votes, that's 11 stat points, right? Like, in that context, if those 10 people decided not to show up because that one person said, hey, I don't think it's worth our time, that can make or break a fight. Those 10 stat points in the right hands can make a big difference. And when we're talking about an election, those matter way more. if there were a 500 vote difference in an election, and those 500 people say were persuaded just not go that day, just because they didn't think it mattered. I don't know why 500 specifically. I used 10 in a previous example, but like, I don't know. It just seems strange to me to consider that it doesn't even matter, that one vote, that 1 point, it matters more than anyone realizes, because it's, you know, big numbers versus small numbers. It's hard to equate those things for some people, and it's I think doubly strange for someone working in an industry like that to not understand that. Like, that the small numbers add up. Oh, I can absolutely contemplate your point of view, because I've been there. I used to believe that. I used to believe that it doesn't matter. But it really does. And I'm not just saying that. It's again, it's a numbers game. I prefer the medieval numbers. If you have $50 people versus 100 people. And then in this context, it doesn't matter how well trained or how geared they are. Let's say they're at equal footing there. The one with the biggest numbers is going to win. Always. So if you don't add your sword, your axe, your bow to the party, it has less of a potential to succeed. No, you just have not presented any evidence for me. Like, you say these things, you bring up these people, but like, I think that there's like a misunderstanding of what this is. What, like, it's not just about math. It's and statistics when it comes to voter choice. When it comes to voter choice, it also comes down to a number of factors and choices that any political candidate makes during an election. There are too many misnomers that you cannot account for mathematically. So you cannot decide what the election is going to be unless you know what the numbers are, and you can only do that until after the election. So you can only say that post-election. Like, did it matter? Meh. I don't know. Is it going to matter in this one? Yeah, it could. It could if you join. It could if you vote. It could matter. It could matter a lot more than these so-called mathematicians are saying. Because they also have an agenda, friend. And just like how perception, viewpoint, changes behavior, so does the choosing to vote or not vote. And I still think you should. I still think you should take the time and vote. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I'm just pushing buttons. Okay, I'm going back to my castle to make this cloak. We can make progress now. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Here, let me stop for a second. Confidence isn't truth. Confidence is bravado. Like, you can say things with a lot of confidence, but like, I'm not, again, I'm like, Margin of 1. Radium alloy for that. Scourge stones, gem dust, greater blood essence. Oh, the blood. It's upstairs. But confidence without evidence is just bravado. Like, you're again not. This is the this is the issue. Like, it's not about this is about evidence-based understanding, and I'm still trying to understand, because I don't know how standing by and watching something happen rather than participating really how that does not, like, it takes no time at all. Like, if it's 20 minutes, it's 20 minutes. So what? Who's wasted 20 minutes doing things less interesting, like having a review in a job setting, going to a boring meeting that leads to nothing? Like, that's, I guess, my point is, like, I think I'm understanding that there's not. Give me something more then. Like, what? How is this? How is it not? How does it not have an effect? How is there not? What is that? An arbitrary act that you suggest so long as you can do it within 20 minutes. Okay, what? What are you... It's not. You're like, we're literally deciding on many factors, measures, politicians. Like, how does this not have an impact? Where is it not impactful? It almost feels like you're saying it's not good enough for you. Like, it needs to be more. Like, you should be doing more. Like, that, like, your vote should matter more than it does. I'm not understanding what you mean by what you say. It's not giving you any utility. It's a vote. What do you want, coupons? You want some coupons for some Dunkin' Donuts? Like, I don't understand. What do you want from it? What are you not getting from it that you, like... I'm really trying to understand here. Nearly impossible. No, I mean, go ahead. What is your thing that you think is going to be less than 20 minutes that's going to be as impactful as voting? I would like to hear what your opinion. What do you think is going to be just as impactful here as voting in less than 20 minutes? Or more. Or more impactful. I don't know. I don't know what your... Okay, why? Like, I get that you're saying, like, anything and everything is more impactful, but I'm trying to understand why. Like, what is it that's there that's... Do you listen to music? But it... Okay. Okay, so you understand that one person singing versus an entire group singing and playing instruments sounds different and can enhance the music, correct? Again, this is what I'm trying to say. It's not zero. It's not, a vote is not zero. Just because a vote is a small number does not mean that it's not zero. And are you rounding to the nearest whole number? Because that doesn't work. This is a bigger situation than that, right? One second. Yeah, to me that sounds like an overcomplicated formula to tell people that their vote doesn't matter and they should not waste their time in Republican rhetoric. Like, this sounds like conservative rhetoric to tell people not to vote. Conservatives have been doing this for years. Very smart Republicans have been doing this for years. What do you think the attendance class of Yale is? Or Harvard? I'm sure there are so many conservatives that go to those schools. Like, don't trick yourself. Your vote matters. Do not let people tell you that your vote doesn't matter. Because it does. This formula doesn't mean anything. It's just a very hardly intelligible way of telling people that their vote doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying that you're saying this. You're obviously using someone else's rhetoric. You already spoke about game theory. I think you should let go of those false conceptions. Understand that just because your vote is a margin, not a whole number, doesn't mean it's a zero. When you take fractions of water and you add it to a bucket, eventually the bucket will fill up, will it not? Will it not? Will a bucket of water fill up?
Trespassers. No mercy.
Eventually these things add up. It's not a zero. Fractions are a thing. Break down electing an algebraic formula when we're dealing with much more complicated numbers than that. It doesn't matter what your view is if you don't vote, bud. Like it doesn't matter if you're left leaning or right leaning. It doesn't matter. You're not voting. I'm not saying your voice doesn't matter. I'm saying that it doesn't matter if you're left or right leaning if you don't vote. What's the point? You can't. I don't know if you can be left or right leaning if you don't vote. Like, if you don't, like, how can you know if you don't vote? Like, I'm confused. Again, confused. So if a bucket will fill up with water with small fractions, eventually it will fill up, but it takes more people to do that. More drops of water to equal the full bucket. More people to equal a real vote. Disingenuous question. funny. It's really funny. It's not about that. It's the fractions that aren't being taken into account, because when you say your vote equals 0 using that formula there, it's like convincing yourself of something that's not true. And people do that every day. So
Winter's come early. Better be prepared.
it is incredibly difficult for some people to look beyond the numbers of a situation. And I understand that there is a challenge there, and I try to be very, very patient in situations like this. And you know, to a degree, I think that I am operating with a bit of a bias because my father was a very religious man, and was a teacher, so I am not very religious, I would say, but I do have an open mind. And Give me 1 second. I have to take a break.
I will assert my will. Ethereal bond, come back to me.
I have very little tolerance for the sort of behavior that lingers with One second here. I have a IRL situation. Hang on. I think the reason why a single vote can't impact a greater election is because it shouldn't be designed that way in the first place, because it seems like it would be unfair for a single vote to sway an entire thing, right? A significant margin should be present, I think. I think that if it comes down to that one vote, people will be arguing and recounting until the end of time, right? So we need larger margins to signify that process, because there are a lot of people that live in this country, and to break that apart is so difficult and tedious, and there are so many people that count those votes. There's a human aspect to this. We cannot just look at this as obtuse numbers, because there, again, are misnomers. It's not just three things. It's not an ABC formula. People staying home and not voting in 2016 affected the election in a damaging way. So you've done damage. You're spreading misinformation. That's what this is, friend. You coming up with these formulas that are kind of backwards and seem to be in a conservative pot seems to be skewed to a certain direction.
Don't you dare lay a finger on my people.
One second here. There are a lot of things going on right now, so it's a little hard to respond. Give me one moment. I'll touch briefly. It's been a conservative viewpoint for quite a while in the deceit category of extremist, to position themselves in a way that makes it seem like the voting system doesn't work. It's what we call a bad actor situation, where by telling people that their vote doesn't matter, affects the turnout. And if you can't see the fractional example of drops of water in a bucket, then I'm not sure why we're here. If that very oversimplified explanation is so hard to understand, or the example of stats, a health bar, we're HP in that health bar, and whoever has the most HP at the end wins. Like, I don't understand how like the fractional nature of voting is so hard to understand. And these arguments that you've presented to me are not, they're not helpful. I'm not going to repeat them on stream because it's misinformation, friend. So okay, that's fine. Sure. I mean, you know, you have a lot to share. Not debating that. I'm just saying that how I have seen this used in the past and recently is typically in circles that are, it's concentrated, right? It's usually focused on a specific area. Voter suppression, it is a thing, right? We know this is a thing. And so a lot of that rhetoric ties into telling people that just don't vote, just don't turn out. Well, you know what I think a better solution is? That if you are so intelligent and you think you have the answers, well, why aren't you running? Why aren't you putting your name in a pool to be a candidate to fix things? If you feel like you have the answers, why not? Why not run? Right? Like, go do more. As well as vote. How is it so difficult? If your whole thing is to push people... Look, if you're... Oh my god, this is Clerks. And you're the guy selling gum. Do you understand that reference? If you're telling people to not smoke cigarettes and you're selling stickers to tell people to stay at home and don't vote, you got merch. You're selling something. You're taking a position and you have a stance. You're a businessman now. You have a business, and your business is to tell people to stay at home. And if you're a businessman, then telling people to stay home and not vote, then that is taking a position and completely throwing away all evidence, all real evidence. Saying that how marginally small the number is does not dissuade me from from believing that it matters. Because it does. So in Clerks, there's a scene where there's a guy that comes in trying to, he just wants to buy cigarettes, and another guy stops him. He's like, "Don't buy those. Those are those will give you, you know, the big C. It's bad for you. All of these other reasons." And as the scene progresses, a mob has gathered around the front of the checkout. And people are throwing things at Dante. It takes his girlfriend standing on a freezer with a fire extinguisher to get them to clear out. But they find out after the fact that he's just a gum salesman to get people to stop smoking. He's selling to like nicotine gum. That's the reference. He's telling people not to smoke. Don't smoke. Quit smoking. Buy this gum instead. You're just selling a viewpoint. It's not about a political opponent. It's about the fact that, like, even in small areas, like your district, wherever you live in the U.S., if you are a U.S. citizen and not Canadian, Canadians are great, but if there's a lack of understanding of how our political system works, then that's an entirely different thing. So if you live in the U.S. and you're a U.S. citizen and you are able to vote, your vote does affect your district. There are measures and there are changes to language and phrasing in whatever region, and your vote does absolutely matter. It has greater value in those small regions, and if you don't want to vote for the big candidate, write in a new name. Put Iron Man. I don't care. Put Dracula. It doesn't matter. But if you're gonna vote and you're passing on it because you think it doesn't matter, it does. And I can't stress that enough, that the regional voting situations, like what gets legalized in your region or what gets banned or, you know, whatever, those things matter. That turnout absolutely matters. And it flies in the face of what you're saying, because it's not, it's such a smaller region, it's such a smaller specific area. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the greater political climate of the country. But your area can be greatly affected by those things, and if you don't turn out for those, then you're waiving your rights. You're waiving your choice as an American citizen, a free American citizen. You have the right to vote Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever you want. I don't care. Just turn up and vote. I don't care if you vote against me or vote for the other guy. Like, it obviously I have a bias in who I'm voting for, but I voted. I already have. I already did my due diligence. And it's like a chore, sure. I could say the same thing about doing dishes, friend, about the about whether or not it has an effect. Because you could throw those dishes in a garbage bag and throw them in the trash. You could save 20 minutes that way too. But then there's a cost that you're not really taking into account. That I think really matters. And for everyone else that's watching or listening to this, it has a greater weight than you'll ever feel. Because it's not about us. It's not about us individually. It's about everyone else. Okay, but if you're aware of local elections and you do turn out to vote for those, in major elections, there are still local problems on those ballots. So then you're telling people to not turn out to vote, yet you're going and voting yourself? Wow, dude! What? You're making absolutely no sense. This is crazy. This is like... You're making me laugh, friend. This is not... Oh man, I feel like you're trolling me. I feel like you're just messing with me. That like you really do want people to vote, and you're just saying this just so we can have this little debate, so people get a little upset about it, as they should be. Really? So you go and turn out to elections and vote, and yet you tell people to not vote, to stay home and not vote? Is that what I'm saying? Is that what I'm hearing? I'm understanding that correctly? Because in big elections, there are still local issues. Nice. Yeah, but you said earlier, you say right here. Yeah, you're twisting my words in those phrases back there, buddy. I don't think you're understanding. So what? So you voted in 2008. But you said previously that you voted in local elections. Did you redact that? No. Oh, you say I'm aware of local elections. I am aware of local elections and the number of people that are registered to and usually do vote in elections. You're aware of those numbers, but you don't vote yourself. Okay. I misunderstood there. I was reading several text messages as well at the same time, so going back and forth between our conversation here and real life stuff. It's I think that it is harmful to tell others not to. I think that it's ultimately damaging to the system in a way that's not helpful. Does that make sense? Damaging to the system that it's not helpful. It's damaging in not a helpful way. Does that sentence make sense? Not that like you agree with it, but does that sentence make sense? All right. That's fair. I think that's the healthy way to go about that. I think that generally what if I can ask, what brought you to that conclusion in the first place? Like it was just reading these books and coming to these conclusions? Like anyone impressed any of these ideas? You said you were right-leaning before, and now you've changed your opinion. This will probably be my last few questions because I'm going to be ending this stream here pretty soon, as I'm just running in circles. And I have some very important real-life stuff to do here pretty soon. But I will do this again, and you are welcome to come again. All are welcome. Well, thank you, friend. Look, There was a time where I felt like my say didn't matter in that situation, that statistically it just didn't, it was too small. There's no real point to this, but when you go through a few elections and you see how those turn out and how that could have been different, because the more people you talk to, the more you see, like, especially from your position of not having a position, not voting, right? That's sort of absolutely that's a position. Not voting is a form of protest to me, and absolutely you can do that, but I think it leads to worse results, worse outcomes. Good to talk with you too. Have a good one, and we will see you all next time.